Are you in a hospital via ambulance? This now allows the medic and the OIC to brief our JESIP partners with police, paramedics, ambulance. And a fantastic effort in 20 minutes, well done. And that's Coventry Red Watch, thank you very much.
Ich glaube, die Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich herum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut, hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder, definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well thought out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
question's always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question. Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing. And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Drege überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln. Ne?
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणून. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Drega ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Drega über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich herum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut, hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder, definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well thought out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
Okay, so we're just 10 minutes away from the next team competing in the West Midlands Fire Service RTC Extrication and Trauma competition this year, hosted by the ESS 2021. I'm backstage at the moment with Hereford and Worcester, getting their PPE sorted, looking very confident. So yeah, crews are preparing now with their own PPE and the hand tools they use during the duration of the extrication. If you'd like to start making your way over now, look for the large orange blow-up inflatable. Massive thanks to Draeger this year, who've supplied all the PPE, including masks and eye protection. Huge thanks you also to Ford, who've supplied the vehicles for the competition. And also a massive thank you to Angloco, who've supported refreshments for the teams and assessors. They were born, and then reposition outside. So that's what we're teaching now.
We interrupt your regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
Questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question. Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing. And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is
okay, we're here today, just about to kick off.
And typically
5 minutes away now.
Fire, but that's just not so.
If you'd like to make your way over to the extrication competition,
have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps.
we've got an external team of Hereford and Worcester. They're all prepared and ready to go. OIC's looking confident. This year we're using the latest hydraulic rescue equipment that have been supplied to us by Holmatro. We're using their Pantheon series of battery-operated hydraulic rescue equipment.
Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der
So you probably noticed, if you can see the casualties now inside the vehicle, making our final preparations.
Die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gern mal ein Stückchen lächeln.
So yeah, less than 5 minutes away now before we start. Make all the final preparations.
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू
So the crews are going through their final briefings, safety briefings.
त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा
The casualty's been briefed and placed inside the vehicle.
त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
And the assessors making the final checks before we start. So yes, now just a few minutes away. If you'd like to mark stop, making your way over to the RTC extrication.
Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum,
We're almost ready to go.
zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Riga ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie,
So
das
the assessors are in
Management haben es
position
geschafft, Riga über diese lange Zeit
with their marking
auch,
sheets
selbstständig und
for
unabhängig
this
zu
20
halten
minutes
und seine
timed
ganz
challenge
eigene
extrication.
Philosophie zu verfolgen.
The competitors will be marked across different disciplines of the team approach,
Die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass
which
die
include
Geräte
incident
helfen,
commands,
dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
the medic role or casualty carer, and finally the tech team. So we're starting to get some people across now, some crowds to watch the action. We've got teams from all over the West Midlands competing today. They're all operational teams. So we can see the OIC doing the 360 of the scene, looking for hazards, briefing his crew, looking for casualties, identifying trip hazards, SSRI, and also performing external survey of the vehicles, looking for initial access, looking for stability, and creating a safe environment for the teams to work in. The crews are now moving to the first phase of stabilisation and initial access. So in the rear of the vehicle, the stab fast has been put into place to stabilise the vehicle. And the crews at front working in tandem, using chocks and blocks. sharps protection being used and glass breaking to gain access to get the medic inside the vehicle to assess the casualty. So as you can see, the window screen has now been cut across, and the crews are wearing PPE because of the silicosis caused from the small glass particles from the window screen. We can see debris from the car being removed and placed in a pre-designated equipment dump. We now have access to the front door on the roof of the vehicle. So now we can see the driver's door now being tied back into position. While simultaneously the casualty carer has entered the vehicle through the rear. So now we can see good progress being made, and the OIC has called the team back together for a team briefing to talk about the rapid extrication plan they're going to be using in case the casualty situation and condition goes downhill. You'll find it's very difficult to do CPR or resuscitation inside a vehicle. So the team briefing is being assessed by Martin McManus, who looks at the OIC to mark their performance during the exercise. The team briefing should be a two-way affair, receiving information from the crews and also giving out instruction and priority tasks to the teams. The plans are acknowledged and the team are told to get to work. Okay, so good progress now being made. So the sharps protection's going into place, creating a safe environment for the crews and teams to work in. So yeah, what you can't see happening is the medic inside the car doing a top to toe of the casualty, looking for considerations around catastrophic bleeds, airway management, the casualty's breathing, and also the circulation of the blood around the body. They'll also explore the medical condition prior to the accident of the casualty, and all this information will be conveyed back to the OIC so that he or she can formulate their action plan for the extrication. We can now see the reciprocating saw being brought into use. It's cut through the A-pillars and through the window screen of the vehicle. You can see the glass shards and the silicosis created from the debris of the saw being used. You'll notice the crews have masks that they wear that stop the inhalation of the glass dust. They have visors and also eye protection. As soon as the screen cuts, you'll see the mitts being all brought into use to remove the glass. And you'll notice the difference between the window screen and the side windows. The front window screen is actually bonded, and it's made up of two pieces of glass that are glued together with a laminate polycarb in between the two layers of glass. So the crews are now establishing the rapid egress route for the casualty. If the need arises for the casualty to remove from the vehicle quickly, in case of medical trauma. So now if you now look up to the big screen, you can see the sharps protection being brought into use. They have magnets built into that stick to the metal and create a safe environment for the crews to work in. Any glass shrouds on the floor are covered or swept or moved away to create a nice clean atmosphere for crews to work in. So we can now see the cutter, the whole Matro Pantheon cutter being brought into use. So yeah, good progress being made now. We can see the crews have used the whole Matro to cut through the box section part of the roof, and then swapping tools to the reciprocating saw to go through the panel work. You may have noticed the roof lining was removed prior as well to stop the snagging of the tool. Very good practice. So almost ready for the big reveal. The crews are making the final preparations to flap the roof down. You can see the sharps protection being placed into position, ready to be moved as soon as the roof has been flapped. The OIC positions himself in a position where he can see the critical cuts, but also maintain overall control of the incident. Okay, so we see the roof flap now, and you can see inside the vehicle. You can see where the casualty and the casualty care have been operating with the casualty sheet covering both of them for protection. So we're now starting to move to the extrication part. As soon as the crews are ready, you'll see the operational gloves being removed to avoid contamination with the oxygen therapy and also any glass or oil contamination with the casualty. You'll now note the crews have the blue Norex gloves on. the lungboard's been placed into position to start the manual handling part of the extrication of the casualty from the vehicle. So we can see the casualty being slid up the lungboard, head first in line, with the medic taking control of the head at all times. You'll notice the crew's repositioning for manual handling to avoid personal injury. And the final stages. Can we have a quick round of applause, please? So now the medics will start preparing the casualty for transport, and also the medical handover to a trauma team, paramedics, technicians, enabling the casualty to go to definitive care. So now in the final stage of the extrication, just waiting for the whistle to blow. Great big round of applause. Thank you for Hereford and Worcester, fantastic. Achieving the scenario in the 20 minutes available. So thanks very much for spectating and watching. We'll be back up in the next 45 minutes for the next team to compete in the West Midlands Fire Service Extrication and Trauma Challenge at the ESS this year. Thank you very much.
Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich rum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut, hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder, definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well thought out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
One of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question. Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing. And when you leave the house in the morning, there's that question. Are you coming home? And there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Drege überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit. Und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln. Ne?
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणून. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Drega ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Drega über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich rum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut. Hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder. Definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature and even long wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well thought out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
And one of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question. Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing. And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant.
Okay, so if you'd like to start making your way over to the RTC extrication area,
haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich
we'll be going live in just over 5 minutes with Northfield Blue, West Midlands, who will also be representing the West Midlands Fire Service in the national competition at the end of next week. So the crews in isolation, getting prepared and ready. The casualties been briefed. So yes, just over 5 minutes now we'll be going live.
एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Yeah, so just a reminder, if you haven't seen the challenge before, they're a 20-minute challenge where the teams are marked against a set of criteria.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum,
against their command and control,
zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten.
Their pre-hospital and trauma care of casualties, and also the team's technical ability using rescue equipment.
Selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten.
So the crews are backstage now making their final arrangements with their PPE. And a big thank you to Draeger, who sponsored the event this year at the Emergency Services Show. And also a big thank you for Ford, who've provided all the cars for the extrication competition. And also Angloco, who've supported us throughout. The hydraulic rescue equipment that's been used today has been supplied by Homatro. It's their latest battery-powered Pantheon series. So yeah, it's getting close now, just a few minutes, and we'll be going live. So we can see the casualty now getting prepared to go inside the vehicle. The assessors are now in position with their marking sheets. So once we start, you'll see the crews taking the team approach to extrication with scene safety, glass management, stabilisation, initial access, running through to full access, and ultimately the extrication of the patient within the vehicle. All the techniques that the crews use are designed around the casualty. Everything is casualty based. Okay, so the final preparation being made, with the casualty being briefed and placed into the vehicle. Crews are backstage, getting prepared with their PPE. Assessors having their final conflab. Just under a minute now. So yeah, if you'd like to start making your way over to the RTC, we're just about to start in 1 minute's time. 1 minute to go. Here we go.
Hi, James. My mate Jules fancies you. Cass. It's not even funny now. Let me just get his number. In the
Bring an ambulance! Bring an ambulance! Stay still! I can't open the door. I've rung an ambulance. Yeah, you got other people
people on the route to help, okay? Come straight to me for a second.
3 vehicles have been involved.
Right.
2 people in the vehicle there. I can't get any response out of them whatsoever.
The ones in the front or the ones in the back?
Mommy, Daddy, wake up! Mommy, Daddy, wake up!
Right, I just can't get any response whatsoever.
I want Mommy and Daddy to wake up.
So as we can see, we've got the officer in charge doing his or her 360 of the scene of the operations, looking to identify hazards and risks to enable the crews to operate safely. They'll also look to identify casualties within the vehicles. And brief the crews on the team approach as they go. If you look at the front of the vehicle, you can see the medic or the casualty carer making initial contact with the casualty situated inside the vehicle and applying manual stabilisation to allow the second medic into the vehicle to assess the casualty. It must be remembered that these are operational crews that work on a day-to-day basis within the Birmingham areas. So we can see the medic inside making contact with the casualty and starting to perform a top-to-toe survey, which will include catastrophic bleeds, airway management, the condition and quality of their breathing, and also circulation. We can see the technical crew working on the underside of the vehicle to stabilise the vehicle, allowing the crews to work safely on and around the vehicle. On the big screen we can see Martin, who is assessing, listening to the instructions that the OIC has given to the team. And watching the crew chock and block both vehicles to ensure they're safe. We can now see on the windows of the vehicle the glass management, with crews using the PAC-X smash. Creating an environment that's safe for the crews to work inside and outside the vehicle. So sheets are placed on the floor to collect any remnants of the glass that's removed when the PAC-X is used. And you can also witness the constant communication between the casualty carer and the teams working outside the vehicle. It's great to see an audience here today. It's the best audience we've had so far of the show over the 2 days. With this event being sponsored by Draeger, Ford Motor Company, and also Angloco. So crews are making great progress now, stabilising the vehicles, assessing the casualty, and managing the glass within the vehicle. You can see how the PAC-X has held the glass together, enabling crews to remove from the vehicle. So yeah, good progress being made inside the vehicle with the glass now being managed. The vehicles are stabilised. We can see inside the vehicle a casualty care sheet has been placed over the casualty and the carer to offer protection while they work. Okay, so we can now see the whole metro coming into use. So the crews have popped the front door, which allows them better access for part of their emergency egress plan. This is the first thing the OIC looks to achieve and will allow rapid extrication of a casualty if their medical condition deteriorates quickly. So we can see the crews of.
Yeah.
Working hard. What are you doing? Just have a look around. I'll be right in a second, please. Yeah, so crews making good progress now on the front door of the vehicle. Using the angled cutter to remove the hinges. So crews have now really good access through the front of the vehicle, and they'll now be looking to expand this plan into full extrication for complete access. So if you look on the big screen, you can see the Pack X has been used to manage the rear window for the glass. So crews are supporting the casualty carer inside the vehicle, using sharps protection to cover any dangerous shards of metal, creating a safe environment for the fire service, the casualty, and also our Jessie partners. We can now see the whole metro spreader coming across, and the teardrop casualty shield used for hard protection. been brought into operation. So the crews are using a spreading technique to pop and remove the rear door and open shut lines. So we can use the technique we saw there was to open the shut line to enable the crew to get the tips of the spreader to access the locking mechanism on the door. So it must be remembered that this is a challenge. The crews have 20 minutes to achieve the objective extrication of the casualty from inside the vehicle, with the Westminster teams consisting of 5 members. So we can now see the tool being worked down towards the lock mechanism. So now we see the bolt croppers being used to cut the stay on the rear door, which will then allow the crews to remove the rear door using the hydraulic rescue equipment. So now we can see the spreader being used to spread the hinges, the cutter being used to cut the hinges for the removal of the rear door. So we can now see the teams exposing and removing the rubber seals from around the doors. And also on the inside they'll start marking up where the cuts can be done safely, so that the cuts don't impinge on any SSRI or safety features of the vehicle. And also the locking mechanism for the doors and the seat belts at the rear of the B posts. We can see the sharps protection being used to cover any cuts. And now we can see the coups using the hydraulic cutter to cut through the top of the A post. Yeah, so we can see the crews using the angled cutter, which is from the Penthian range of Holmatro. Full battery powered hydraulic rescue equipment. Crews are now making the final cuts towards the base of the B post to create the complete side out of the vehicle. Nice clean cut. So you can see the debris from the vehicle is placed in a designated site that the OIC has identified as a safe place. And now we'll see the sharps protection being brought into place to cover the cut as soon as it's been made. Crews have now achieved really good access to the side of the vehicle, which will aid in the extrication part and the most critical part of moving the casualty from inside the vehicle. We can now see the lungboard being placed into position in readiness for the extrication of the casualty, and the final positioning of the crews for manual handling. So an inner survey has been completed to determine the feet position of the casualty, and also to see if the seat mechanisms and head restraints can be removed from inside the vehicle. If you notice now, the crews are removing or will be removing their operational fire gloves and being replaced with the Nirex medical gloves. This helps to stop the cross-contamination of oils and oxygen, and also shards of glass with a casualty. So we can now see the lungboard going into position, with the base of the board being placed at the base of the spine of the casualty, which will allow the crews to move the casualty slowly and carefully in a controlled manner up the lungboard. The purpose of the lungboard is a tool that allows a casualty to be extricated in a safe and controlled manner, spreading the weight of the casualty over the board and allowing crews to mobilise the C-spine. Okay, that's the end of the 20 minutes. Massive thank you and a big congratulations to the crews competing today. And just a reminder, we'll be having the next one in around about 40 minutes. Thank you again.
Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich herum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut. Hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder. Definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long-wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well-thought-out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
One of the questions always asked is, why are you running in, everybody else is running out? That's a good question. Very good, that's fine. That was a good swing. And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Drege überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln. Ne?
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणून. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Drega ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Drega über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich herum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut. Hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder. Definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well thought out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
And one of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question. Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing. And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Drege überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln. Ne?
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं असू शकतं म्हणून त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Hello.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Rega ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht mir das Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
So crews are just familiarising themselves with the equipment. Casualties are being made ready. And we'll be looking to go live in around about 5 minutes' time. So we got crews just preparing their equipment for the next team challenge as part of the Emergency Services Show 2021. This team is made up of individuals from the Technical Rescue Unit of TRU within the West Mints, with the scenario due to kick off in around 5 minutes' time. So a massive thank you to Draeger for sponsoring this event over the last 2 days. Draeger have supplied all the PPE for the crews, including masks and eye protection. And also for Ford for providing the vehicles that will be used over the last 2 days. And finally, Angloco, that have supported throughout the challenges. The hydraulic rescue equipment we'll be using today has been supplied by Holmatro, and it's their latest Pantheon series battery operated rescue equipment. So yeah, starting in 5 minutes if you'd like to make your way over. Have a chance to see the latest extrication techniques, casualty care. So this is a challenge and it is accessible by judges. The challenge will last approximately 20 minutes. Crews will be assessed across their team approach to extrication. The incident command of the OIC, the trauma care from the medic inside the vehicle, and also the technical team that use the rescue equipment throughout the duration of the challenge. We've had crews from all over the West Midlands competing over the last 2 days. Across the 2 disciplines of extrication and also trauma care. So yeah, just a few minutes away now, while the crews make their final adjustments to the personal equipment and also the rescue equipment that we're using today.
Ich glaube, die Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich herum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut, hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder, definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
Okay guys, so we're just a few minutes away now.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well thought out product design and continuous innovation.
So remember, this is a 20-minute time challenge. The crew's been assessed throughout.
Your safety.
We can see the OIC doing their 360
respiratory protection from Draeger.
Identifying risks and hazards towards the team themselves and the casualty. Performing an external survey of the vehicle. to get a casualty carer as soon as possible into the vehicle to assess the casualty. So we can now see the OIC briefing the technical team around about the stabilisation of the vehicle. So the crews are using chocks and blocks to ensure they have a stable platform to extricate the casualty from the vehicle. So the crews are working at the rear of the vehicle, looking for access into the vehicle. So the crews are using cut-down salvage sheets to catch the glass used for the breaking of the windows. Utilising the PAC-X to manage the windows prior to the glass breaking. So we can now see the crews applying the PAC-X to the windows to manage the glass prior to breaking, allowing the toughened glass to be removed in one piece, minimising the glass on the floor. Crews now being briefed by the OIC. So what you can't see is that inside the vehicle, the casualty carer will be communicating with the casualty with a top-to-toe survey, which includes catastrophic bleeds, airway management, breathing, and also the circulation of the casualty. They'll also be quizzed on any previous medical conditions that would affect them. So as we can see, crews have now removed both pieces of glass from the front and rear door in the inverted vehicle, and they're bringing into operation hydraulic rescue equipment.
And one of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out?
So we can see inside the crews
Very good.
are
That's fine.
exposing before
That was
they
a good
cut
swing. And when you leave the house in
to
the
ensure
morning,
they don't cut
you know,
through
there's that question.
any of
Are
the
you coming
vehicle's
home?
SSRI
You know,
systems
and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home.
and activate any airbags.
What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so.
The rescue equipment the crews use
So
today
for
are
us
the
to have
latest
the ability
Holmatro
to have a breathing apparatus
Series
to get in
battery powered
helps those to get out.
hydraulic cutters. We can now see a quick stability check being carried out by the technical teams.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Drego überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln. Ne?
Crews are making really good progress now accessing the vehicle. The glass now removed. And the rescue equipment being brought into operation.
ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं
With what is a particularly difficult scenario with the car ending up on its roof.
त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
So the cut has been used to cut the tops of the door frames and into the roof of the vehicle in the inverted position. As you can see, the top of the door has been now removed, allowing easier access to open the vehicle's door. We can see the crews using the teardrop protector for hard protection while the cuts are being placed.
What's with these sneaky ones that you're not telling us about?
Well, it's TRU, so they're for a scratch teaming to compete.
What's that?
So this is our TRU station just here. Our technical rescue units.
Oh, yeah.
They're literally Beacon Hill.
Yeah, Beacon Hill, yeah.
Well, the chief was there yesterday, the dep was there yesterday, so we put a team in. No, we haven't, so I think you are going to put a team in. So, but we'd already got the schedule planned out, so we had a phone call from our manager saying, can we get another team in? So we said we'll do dinner time, so it was a bit of an ad hoc thing. It's nothing to do with you guys, I'll tell you them.
Because I had a couple of missed calls and I thought, oh, what's that? So I've come back. I thought, what the hell is
No drama. No drama.
I'll go and do his cable.
No drama. So we can now see the teams now using the Holmatro hydraulic equipment to remove the doors of the vehicle. So the spread has been brought into use, looking to remove the front door of the vehicle, which has now been achieved. as we can see now, the tool's been repositioned to cut through the hinges of the front door. So again, just to remind you, this is a challenge. It's over a 20-minute period where the crews are assessed for their technical abilities, their incident command, and also the management of the casualty inside the vehicle. The casualties are fitted with microphones so that the assessors outside the vehicle can hear what the casualty carers are saying to the casualties, allowing them to be assessed whilst in situ. So we can now see that the crews have achieved their rapid egress plan. What this means now is if the casualty inside the vehicle deteriorates medically, they can be removed from the vehicle where CPR can be performed to maintain life. We can now see the casualty sheet being used as the hydraulic cutters are used to cut through the hinges of the rear door, with communication given to the casualty carer inside as each cut is done. You can also clearly see the sharps protection in use. And now multiple tools being used to cut the final hinge of the rear door. As you can see, this is extremely exhausting for the teams, being in such a prone position. So we can now also see the bolt cutters being used just to cut through the final straps and retaining strap on the door. And we'll witness the crusher, the crews using the spreader to crush the wing to create a shut line, which will enable them to get into the door to remove it. Okay, so the rear door now has been successfully removed and placed in a designated debris area as identified by the OIC, and we can clearly now see the casualty inside the vehicle, who appears to be lying flat and being cared for by the medic inside the vehicle. So crews will continue advancing with the extrication to remove the B-post, creating a complete side out on the vehicle, enabling the casualty to be extricated with a longboard in a controlled measure. Because of the size of the cut of the B-post, we can see the teams having 2 bites to ensure the penetration of the cut through the complete box section. So it was a tough cut. Okay, we can see the hydraulic rescue equipment's made light work of the most difficult cut, and now working their way through the what would be the top of the B-post. I'd like to see like a pie cut into the roof instead of doing a straight cut, 2 pie cuts, it removes all the completely cut. Especially working. So again, pie cut into the top of the A-post. I think I like him ready. So we can use the Sharps protection now being used to protect the cuts that have just happened with the side out of the vehicle, with the vehicle being inverted. And we can now see the lung board being introduced into the vehicle, which suggests that the crews are getting ready to extricate the casualty. You'll notice that the crews are taking off their firefighting gloves, extrication gloves, to expose the blue Nyrex gloves, the casualty handling gloves, prior to touching the casualty. This stops any cross-contamination through glass, and also oils with the oxygen therapy that's used inside the vehicle. So we can see the OIC just inverting the board just slightly to get better purchase, to enable the casualty to be slid up the board and extricated from the vehicle. Okay, quick round of applause then please. The crews have achieved the challenge of the extrication of the casualty from the vehicle with time to spare. So we now see the medical team working on the casualty to prepare the casualty for transit. Just waiting for the whistle to blow now, which will signify the end of the challenge. And congratulations to Tech Rescue, that's a fantastic performance there by the teams. So just to remind you, these are operational teams from our TRU, our Tech Rescue unit, based here at Beacon Hill. Just a reminder that we're sticking fast this afternoon. We've got another extrication run-off in around about 30 minutes, half an hour's time. We'll give you a shout out when that's ready to go. Thanks again for watching.
glaube, die Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich herum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut. Hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder. Definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long-wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well-thought-out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
regular broadcast to bring you this important new report.
And one of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question. Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing. And when you leave the house in the morning, there's that question. Are you coming home? And there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Dräger überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln. Ne?
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Dräger ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Dräger über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich rum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut. Hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder. Definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
Okay, if you'd like to start making your way over to the RTC extrication area, we'll be kicking off in the next 10 minutes with the next team's challenge in extrication. This team is a scratch team from all over the West Mids come together to compete in this challenge. We're live now.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature and even long wearing times, you are effectively protected.
Could also say a massive thanks to Salvation Army, who've kept us watered and fed throughout the last 2 days.
It is the result of well thought out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety.
So the final preparations are now being made.
Respiratory protection from Draeger.
And we have a few senior officers in the house today from different brigades. So the teams are in isolation at the rear, you can't see, they're preparing. And the casualties being briefed. So I'm here backstage with the team making their final preparations with their PPE. Donning their gloves, glasses. Ready to go. All with big smiles on their faces. So yes, just waiting for the assessors now. We'll be ready to go. One minute now, just 1 minute. Yeah, still waiting for the medical assessors to arrive and then we'll start. So a massive thanks to Draeger, who've sponsored the last 2 days of the team challenges for the West Midlands Fire Service this year at the Emergency Services Show. And also a huge thanks to Ford, who've supplied all the vehicles that have been used to be cut up during these extrications. And also Angloco, who've supported us throughout the 2 days. So just making the final arrangements now. Getting the teams ready.
We interrupt your regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
Apologies, just the last few slight alterations to the scenario
And one of the questions always asked is why
due to
are
the
you
handles on the
running
door.
in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question. Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing. And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Drege überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln.
Yeah, so we're just 2 minutes away now. We're just moving the car around. We have an issue with one of the door locks, and we want to make it fair for all the competitors. So the vehicles have been turned round and then repositioned.
त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली.
So just a reminder, this is a 20-minute timed extrication. And all aspects of the team approach for the RT scene will be assessed by our team of assessors. The casualty inside the vehicle will have a microphone so we can all hear what's going on inside the vehicle. And I'm just here with one of the members who've come in to watch the show. How are you, Sam?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Drega ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Drega über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
Here live. Yeah, so nearly done now, guys. I do apologise for the delay. We tried to make the competition as fair and also as challenging to all the teams that enter. And with the car positioned where it was, with the locks not working, it would give the crew an unfair advantage over the rest. So by repositioning the car, we limit access to the doors that could be opened easily. It's nice to see so many people spectating. And I think we're nearly ready now. So yes, we can see the casualty going inside the vehicle now and preparing. I can see the teams backstage biting at the pit, ready to go. Send them to we got Okay guys, so we're almost ready to go now. Just waiting for the nod. We'll run the VT. Okay, yeah, run the VT, please.
Hi, James. My mate Jules fancies you. Cass. It's not even funny now. Let me just get his number. In the
Bring an ambulance! Bring an ambulance! Stay still! I can't open the door. I've rung an ambulance. people on the route to help, okay? Come straight to me for a second.
3 vehicles have been involved.
Right.
2 people in the vehicle there. I can't get any response out of them whatsoever.
The ones in the front or the ones in the front?
Mommy, Daddy, wake up! Mommy, Daddy, wake up!
I just can't get any response whatsoever.
I want Mommy and Daddy to wake up.
Okay, so we can see the crews approaching the vehicle, and the OIC, the incident commander, has done their full 360 of the scene, looking for hazards and also looking for casualties. They'll be looking for trip hazards, they'll be looking for fuel leakage, they're looking for hybrid vehicles or anything that could affect the crews. So, as I said, this is a challenge, and crews are assessed on their team approach to RTC. So we can see the initial approach has been made towards the casualty, and the tech crew are now stabilising the vehicle to ensure that they have a stable platform to work on with the casualty handling. We can see this Smash X packs that's been used on the window screen and the side windows. And now if you look at the big screen, you can see the crews stabilising the vehicle using chocks and blocks as they go. So the side window's now been broken and the glass being removed in a controlled manner. With all crews understanding their roles and what's expected of them during the extrication from this vehicle. So all part of the challenge, it's casualty based. So everything the crews do are to support the condition of the casualty inside the vehicle. So this is a very challenging scenario with only limited access to the vehicle due to the Ford Transit van and also the large concrete block where the cars come to rest against. So the casualty carer is now inside the vehicle and will start the top-to-toe survey of the casualty to establish any catastrophic bleeds, the airway management of the casualty, the breathing and also the circulation, and any other medical needs the casualty will need. So we can see the extensive use of the Pack X to manage the glass on this vehicle. It's a large SUV, and it also has a full glass panoramic roof, which creates challenges to the teams. So the teams will perform inner and outer surveys of the vehicle, and they'll establish the feet position of the casualty inside the vehicle. They'll look for any SSRI, with some modern cars having up to 40 airbags located within the vehicle. The casualty and the casualty carer are covered in a special sheet which allows light in but helps to protect the casualty via soft protection. Crews are continue to stabilise the scene using chocks and blocks under the van to ensure no transport of movement across the two vehicles. So you can see the OIC will position himself where he has overall control of the scene, but can also move in and move out for critical cuts as they're made. So as you're aware, this is a 20-minute time challenge with the goal of extricating the casualty from the vehicle within the 20 minutes allocated time in a safe and controlled manner. The crew you can see competing is made up from various stations across the West Midlands, with all team members being operational staff. So we've just seen the OIC briefing the crews on an extrication plan. Looking to achieve a viable, rapid extrication in case the casualty medical condition deteriorates quickly. It's very difficult to perform CPR resuscitation inside a vehicle, as the casualty needs to be lying on a hard, flat surface. So as a priority task, the crews will work to create a viable, rapid extrication plan before moving forward to full access. So good progress now being made. As we can see inside the car now, we can see the casualty carers working to establish whether the seat is movable, whether the mechanism works, whether the head restraint can be removed, and also the top-to-toe survey that the medic is performing and continuously monitoring the casualty within the vehicle. The casualty does have a microphone on, so that the medical assessment team outside the vehicle can hear what is being said inside the vehicle. We now have some medics here as well. Okay, you must remember that the crews are wearing full fire kits, working in stressful physically and mentally conditions. So the welfare of the crew is paramount to the OIC inside the vehicle. I can see ABC. I can see injuries to casualty as part of the briefing for the OIC. So now we can see the OIC having a briefing with the tech team, coming together to formulate a plan, an extrication plan. In this what's very testing scenario. So we can now see the hydraulic rescue equipment being brought into operation. And the equipment the crews are using is supplied by Ukro. And it's the very latest Pantheon series that is battery operated, running in almost silence. So crews have gained limited access to a door. But utilising a reciprocating saw to remove glass. So as you can see, the tech team are now using the reciprocating saw to remove the front pane of glass, utilising PPE throughout with face masks to prevent the ingress of small shards of glass and glass dust and particles and silicosis, which has now given the team the ability to use the hydraulic cutter Again, just to reiterate, this is probably one of the toughest challenges crews will come across in a very strong modern car with a full glass pan roof and tinted windows. Yeah, so crew's starting to make some good progress now. Looking to remove the tops of the doors. So we can now see the lungboard. The ORC must have realised that there's enough access to get the lungboard in through the tops of the windows. So all we're looking for is an imaginary halo around the casualty for enough extrication space to get the lungboard in to extricate the casualty. So crew's making really good progress now with the lungboard being introduced into the vehicle. So the reason we use a lungboard, it spreads the weight or the load of the casualty with easy handholds, allowing for ease of manual lifting for the safety of the crews and also the casualty. So a lot of the action is happening inside the car, which we can't see. But as you can see, the casualties, the firefighters' gloves, operational fire gloves have come off, exposing the blue Nyrex gloves underneath, which normally indicates that the crews are approaching the casualty handling part of the incident. Okay, so the crews are making fantastic progress now from what was an extremely challenging scenario. So the crews inside the vehicle will be repositioning. And here comes the casualty. So we need to get the casualty carer out of the vehicle then to hand over for the weight of the casualty. So now we see the casualty carrier coming out to the rear of the vehicle. From a very tight and confined space. And now the second medic. Can we have a massive round of applause, please? From a very technical drill, the crews have achieved the extrication of the casualty within the 20 minutes allotted time. Fantastic. Can we have a great big round of applause, please, for the final one? Fantastic effort by the crews there. Extremely challenging.
Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich rum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut, hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder, definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature and even long-wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well-thought-out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
One of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question. Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing. And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Drege überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit. Der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln.
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली. एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Rega ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Rega über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht mir das Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
Ich glaube, die Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich herum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut. Hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder. Definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well thought out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
One of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question. Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing. And when you leave the house in the morning, there's that question. Are you coming home? And there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Und was mich persönlich bei der Firma Dräger überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gern mal ein Stückchen lächeln. Ne?
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणून. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Dräger ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Dräger über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
and we can't slow down.